Hello, anyone who's there. Well, that was a smooth transition, wasn't it? Um, I'm doing a little stream. Yay, midday stream, indeed. Secret stream, off schedule. Um, because I don't want to look at politics all day, basically. This is a distraction for me, in particular. Right. So what are we going to do then? First things first. We need to go get some more fuel. And then we have a whole list of things to do, unfortunately. You do know that's not going to work. Let me try. I'm streaming with Cav later as well, so that's going to be a solid, good chunk of the day. I'm going to be focused on productive video games instead of unproductive electoral politics. Yay, more Subnautica. Yeah, that's fun, isn't it? Subnautica. Politics is stupid. Agreed, Glaucus. So one big problem we've got here is that, well, allow me to go over to a manufacturer and then I'll talk you through this problem. We're thinking very far ahead here, right? But since uranium is so scarce and we wanna do the more expensive uranium thing, this infused uranium cell, which gives you like triple-ish the amount of uranium cells from the same amount of uranium pellets. But it's much more expensive to make because instead of just concrete, you need sulfur, silica, and quickwire. Now, luckily, we have a lot of quickwire. We can probably get another 100 quickwire a minute just out of the box we're currently hauling it out of. We'll calculate that, but I think I've got that anyway. Sulfur we've got, that's not a problem. Except we have to turn a certain amount of it into sulfuric acid, so we may not have enough afterwards. But we'll see. Silica's going to be the problem because we do not have 56 spare silica a minute. Right, so that needs to be sorted out before we even think about putting in the uranium train or processing any uranium. We do not have spare silica. And this all stems from my very silly decision to put silica manufacturing and quartz crystal manufacturing on the same floor, which has limited what we can make here massively. So we've got 6 machines, but they're all overclocked to 200%, so we've effectively got 12, right? And we would... hang on, though. They all make 75 each. And we only really need to keep like one of these on, don't we? Because it's making 43 of these a minute. Which is enormous. So we only need one extra machine on to have enough silica. I'm not even sure we need to do the more expensive infused uranium cell recipe. I'm going to vote for Bernie. Excellent, Jim13. Well done, you made the correct choice. Well, hang on, the fuel rods take 25. So if we can get an extra 2 machines on, we could run 2 manufacturers. That shouldn't be too difficult. Now, unfortunately, getting an extra 2 machines on is sort of the same as just, you know, like overclocking a bunch more. Hang on, 6 more times 20-ish Nah. Be like 120. We could just overclock all these machines one more time. But really, we should just fix this problem. I feel like. By going to grab a whole bunch of concrete, because we're probably not going to have enough, and we'll put in dedicated floor of just making silica. That's what we're going to do. And then this line can just be making quartz crystals, which we may have to make more of in future, so we'll leave the extra space for that, eh? I'm not so worried about today. I'm anxious, obviously, but I think Bernie's got it. Well, not that, but... So how far down can we go here? It's getting quite dark. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Look at that. We don't actually... Oh, no clipping. Look. The floor doesn't clip into the dune. It's so close. Excellent. We're definitely not going to have enough here. Do a shout out to Non-Compete's fundraiser. Consider raiding when you're done. Oh, I didn't know there was one on. I usually raid charity things. Someone will have to remind me at the end of my stream though, because I'm not going to remember that for like 3 hours. I have a very bad memory. More concrete. So 6 overclocked to 2 is 12. But then we need more than that. So we need to work out how much one eats. And then how much we can get out of the mines down there. Oh yay, I love doing mathematics. This isn't Final Fantasy VII Remake demo. Yeah, I'm going to play that tomorrow on my proper stream slot. Any negative side to overclocking? They draw more power, and they draw a lot. Like one machine overclocked to 2 will draw way more power than 2 machines. Basically. So if you build a small factory and then try to solve problems with overclocking, you quickly run out of power. That'll be enough. That's what a lot of people do wrong when they start playing this game, is just built way too small. And then they're like, oh, I need 10 of these one machine I have. It gets so blue at night here, it's depressing. Okay, so all this is going to come out. Save us a bunch of overclockers as well. And then we'll route power through this room, so it's not clipping through the floor there. Very Mad Max desert night scene. It is, isn't it? Oh, the colour in Fury Road was so good. Everything in that movie was so good. Okay, so That's the conveyor lift for the quartz crystals, which we will use one line on, right? Oh, look at the sand blown over the top of the dune there. How pretty. Do we have enough for a miner Mark III? We will have once we're down there. Let's have a run over and see what our max output is. Have I already upgraded these belts? Not to 5s, so we might still have some thing we can do down there. I don't know if I've got enough overclockers though. Let's just disassemble a couple of these machines before we head over. Which one, the blue or the orange? Both the colours in that movie were good. I haven't seen the the black and white version of Fury Road. Be interested in seeing that. Was the Mad Max game good? No. Yes, if you're into that sort of thing, but my problem was, I played Breath of the Wild, and that just, blew everything else away. And then Horizon Zero Dawn was also, brilliant, and the combat was fantastic. And then going back to playing, not as good open world games. Plus, it didn't really match the tone of the films. It was more slow, and you'd expect Mad Max game to play really frantically, but it did not. All right, so let's take a look at this. Normal, and we've got a Mark II, which means great. We can just straight up double production of quartz. I'm so glad I haven't already upgraded these. Normal as well. Okay, so we have 1,200 quartz to play with, which is so much. A constructor, so each belt's gonna have 600 on, so that's 600 divided by 37.5 is, we could run 16 of these off each one, so that's 12 for what we were already using it for, aluminium production. And then we've got an extra 4 machines to do the 2 nuclear manufacturers. Yeah, that works out, right? Playing Assassin's Creed Syndicate has made me appreciate Breath of the Wild more. It's so much better. Let's trash some of this stuff. So I'm gonna have to pick this up. And then craft 1 extra of these portable miners, which are annoying to make. And then we get a miner Mark III. And then we're gonna have to upgrade all of these belts. And I'm running out of turbo motors, so I'll have to buy some more. $600 a minute. That's beautiful to see. A fully upgraded Mark III miner is 10 times faster than a level 1. Look at that. Wonderful. Real power hugs, though. Yeah, we're doing okay for power. Alright, so it doesn't actually matter which one's hooked up to which here, does it? Because they're both equal. probably not going to have enough to replace all of these belts. So we'll have to go and grab some more, methinks. And then we build 16 silica manufacturers. Hook 12 up to what we were already using. And then we've got 4 more to play with. Annoyingly, I don't really need to use that much on. Then again, I'm not making that many quartz crystals, so a lot of this is just going to be sitting there not doing anything. But we might need to make more quartz crystals later for some other recipe they put in. I can't guarantee that won't happen. So I won't use it. We'll be good. We'll use what we have. Imagine how nice it would be if all those conveyors were perfectly straight. Look, I gotta set everything up and get it working first. And then once it's all set up and working, you can strip it out and remake everything. God damn, it's a long trek to get this. I should have took a hypertube. I forgot how far away it was. I would usually trash this, but we're gonna just keep 100 of it. There we go. I've been thinking about moving this production up here because there's no reason for it to be up there. It's just kind of awkward to get to. I could never get into any of the Assassin's Creed games. I tried to play Odyssey. It was called Odyssey, right? Which you'd think I'd love. But it was just sort of boring. I find the combat boring. Alright, I'll take a tube this time. Just build more tubes leading up there from everywhere. I think I do need to expand the tube network. I do far too much running. Just go over, well, going over the top's actually slower, isn't it? Okay, so this all needs to come out. But we will leave. I should just build a little track for my cart, shouldn't I? We'll let the silica flow out of where it's currently flowing. So we have to move less of it later. I could have just left these here and just had them sit idle until I needed more quartz crystals, couldn't I? Well, that'll show me. No, not you. This depressing thing about reformulating the factory is that it's so difficult. Right, unfortunately, I'm just gonna have to like trash a whole box worth of this, get it speeding along. Alright, so 16 means 2 lines of 8. We can do that, right? Probably I'm gonna have to go grab more cable at this rate. And we'll leave the extra half of the platform just in case we need to do anything with that later. What's the output going to be here? Because we might get into trouble. Let's see. We tell it to make silica. Oh, that ain't good. Good job I didn't feed them all down the same one, wasn't it? 37.5 multiplied by 16 is... Oh, hang on, I've done this wrong. I've done it by the output instead of the input. So we've got 600. I should have divided that by 22.5, which would equal 26. Oh, shit. Fuck. Alright, 8, 16, 24, with 2 slightly overclocked. Let's just do 24. Ugh, what a nightmare. And then we'd have 16 by 37.5, which is exactly 600. And our belt can handle that much, so we're good. We just can't feed it all down the same belt. But we can feed it into the box system and then feed one line out to go and do the aluminum and the other line out to go and do the uranium. And that works. That's fine. Yeah. It's good. We'll do it live. We're gonna need more wire though. Well, that's alright. We actually have more silica to play with now. And luckily I have the space to expand it. We can just, and if we need to, we can throw another line on top, you know. Four banks of 7 with 2 missing. Yeah, that would work. Getting 4 banks in is pretty tough though. It's the problem. It's doable, but you gotta squish them. How high is the text ceiling on this game? It's not everything's out yet, so we're not really sure. It'd be that or 3 banks of 9. 3 banks of 9 is also just about doable on a 10 by 10 grid, but I mean, we can also... I can just do 24 and then overclock one. Like overclock 1 or 2 of them, you know. If it's 26.6, so if I put in 24 and then just overclock 2 of them to 200%, that's 26, right? It's a lot less overclocking than before. All this just to have enough silica. I We don't even need that much power. We could have just used the base one. Although, you know. So I worked this out as 16 off one belt, didn't I? So one belt can definitely feed 16 plus others. So we just need to bring it in and split it. Which would mean this one has to face this way. And then all the rest face this way. If we can get 2 of those uranium machines working off just one uranium patch though. I mean, we might even be able to get more now. We've got so much extra silica to play about with. But it might involve expanding everything, you know. Like, I think what I'm setting up here is way too big. It's like going to be a power plant for like a mega factory. Saying that, if we overcommit to nuclear, and we definitely get that sorted, like 100%, then we can not have any more oil or fuel generators, which means we've got way more fuel to play around with for plastic and rubber. We can put in another oil train. Yes, that sounds nice. This is where you start to really wish you had the ability in Factorio to copy and place with robots, you know? Because this is the same craft and setup I use all over the factory. And it'd be so good if you could just copy and paste it, instead of having to come and place it all individually each time. I saw a poll that looked quite bad for Bernie, but someone was saying if you look at the actual breakdown of it, like 3/4 of the respondents were over 65. So that was quite heartening, but I hope they were right. Okay, so we can run them both in here and then down the edge. Awesome. Being able to set belts that are on is nice. It is. You don't need this. It's like playing a first-person shooter in this. Alright, what does this use? Okay, so all of these can be level 1s. We're probably not going to have enough level 1 plates to do this, but... then we need to run back through and put in the power poles. I wish there was just powered floor. That would be so good. Just concrete and quick wire, and then any building that's on it's just automatically powered without needing to put in the power poles. Let me research that. And then we need to run back through and set all the recipes. This is why playtimes on this game are so long, because just so much of it is this. This is my fault, though, for not setting this up earlier. Like a big fool. One thing though is I can't really have silica storage over here, can I? Whoops. Well, that ain't good. Yang's a snake after... Well, clearly everyone got a phone call the other day and was like, look, Bernie's going to run away with this unless we do something. Righty-ho. We want this, right? Yes. Oh shit, I forgot to put all the belts in. Need to make sure not to miss one. Did we really get to here? Awesome, great. Look at that, beautiful. Oh, hang on, I should actually, I should line this up properly, shouldn't I? Or everyone will lose their minds, and they'd be right to do so. There we go. Wonderful. So that's that hooked up. We don't have to worry about that anymore. Of course, it's being fed in 600 a minute and out less than 300 a minute, but whatever. We'll solve that when it comes to it. This. Everyone's too distracted to look at factories. That's what I'm banking on. The thing is, though, Bernie was always going to have to beat the whole rest of the field at the same time. I think the primary is more important than the general this time out. Like, who's president for the next 4 years doesn't seem as important as the future of the entire Democrat, like, party, which is basically what this is. At least we can do this with fewer power lines this time. Uh-oh, though, that ain't good. Well, Crivens, I've put everything, I'm too efficient. Guesses, we'll have to do it on this side. Where can we hook this up now? Power just running under it there. That one's locked at 7. All this sulfur's just sitting here doing jack shit most of the time, so sulfur isn't really going to be a problem, I don't think. I'm not even going to account for how much this uses when it's making black powder, because we only need black powder situationally, don't we? Let's put a pathway in, first things first. Just a regular wall on top. And a double-sided power pole. And then we do the same on the other side. Hang on, need to get used to using this rather than going through all the menus. Great, it works. There we go. Split off. That's all working. Great. And now we set the recipes. Can we minimize this so it's easily clickable? Yes. Is there any exploration stuff? Yeah, I was exploring yesterday. Basically, there are resources and crashed drop pods that have other alternate recipes on them. And in preparation for one of those alternate recipes is why we're expanding silica production. Okay, so all these are coming on. We got all greens here except for this one red. What's wrong with you? No power. I missed one. Alright, green. Great. Greens across the board on these two rows. Now that we got that green. As long as all these recipes are set, we'll be laughing. The problem is we can't run all of these outputs down one singular thing, right? Because we've got 24 by 37.5, which is 900. And our fastest belt at the moment can only carry 780. I think we will leave the storage there for now. When we need to expand this, we can move it. Maybe it's just put another thing on top. So it should take a while to fill up the first ones. But then this will be enough, I think. Well, we'll see. I guess we'll soon find out. So we'll just hook this up to the same thing for now. Should I, though? I don't know. What's the best thing to do. Well, yeah, we don't even know if we need to move this until we know we definitely need more quartz crystals. So, for now, whatever, this'll do. We just tuck it up. We're only here to worry about the numbers at the moment. What should we do here? Well, one has to go on these conveyor poles, right? Great, that works. But we need one of them to be aligned like that. Voted. Well done, Jim13. Thank you for the bits. It's going to be a long day. It is indeed. Alright, that works. There we go. Look at that. Flying it is. Now this. Neat. Okay. Awesome. So this belt should be full the whole time. This is what it should always look like. Pretty good, eh? Then the other one will be like slightly less. Okay, so our silica output then is 900. Which means we've doubled it basically. Because it used to be 450, and then there's a little more being produced on the other side of the factory. So yay, double silica. So we've got a net of at least 450, because that's all that... Right, we had 12 going before. 12 times 37.5 is 450, so that's all we were using before. So excuse me. So we've got at least 450. So if we look at these, great, that's silica sorted, isn't it? Because we can easily fund 2 of these machines. No problem. Sulfur isn't a problem. Quick wire, that would be an extra 200 quick wire. And I don't know what our quick wire draw is or our production is. I would basically have to go count. Alright, but it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 multiplied by 3. 21 times 60 is 1,260. We can do this. So we're using them in... Not all these machines are on. Some of them are on standby. But we've got 6 of these. I'm going to have to start writing this shit down, aren't I? Okay, well, we'll use the chat here. There we go. And then we got 6 by 37.5 equals 225. So we'll call that 1,000 to account for loss. Not that there is any, but alright, so we got 1,000 left. Some also goes upstairs to here, to the computers, which we have 2 machines on. So we'll call that another 200. Stop typing wrong numbers in the chat. Right, so 800. I'm doing very approximate maths here. Then the other thing is 4 of these things, of which only 200 are on. But that would be another 400, which would mean we've got 400 quickwire-ish left to spare if everything was on. Wrong, not very clever. Meaning we could keep 200 on no problem without running out of quickwire. Awesome.
Hello there.
Looking forward to seeing you deal with the radiation.
Thank you very much, Jogproof1. I'm not. So that we've got the sulfur, possibly. We need to set up. We'll work out. Ah, shit. Yeah, we need to know where we're going to put this stuff. Where are we going to put the nuclear power plant? Now I think over by the waterfall. Right? Because over here we have access to water. So we can cool it using the... Oi! No. Bad. Go away. Stop it. I gave it plenty of chances to run away there. That wasn't on me. Don't even think about it. Look! Look! Jesus Christ. What's this over here? Sam ore. This is something that isn't in the game yet. I don't think, anyway. Let's take it back to the base, anyway. Yeah, rigor mortis sets on very quickly in this planet. Whee. So, look at that wonderful blending there between the lake and the river. Great. So I think we put it over here. It's just how much of it is going to go over here. Jesus Christ! How many of these things are there? They're everywhere. Like, we need every radioactive bit to be off base, don't we? So what's the first thing that happens here? Sulfuric acid. And then uranium pellets. So that costs 5 and 8. So uses 80 sulfuric acid a minute and 50 a minute to make 50 of these a minute. So if we wanted to commit then to having 2 of these manufacturers on with the special recipe, right? The alternate one. Then we would need 40 uranium pellets a minute. Which would mean we could just have one of these machines on. We need a sulfuric acid machine. Okay, so one of these is 80 sulfuric acid. This produces 100. Holy shit, though. Then we just need one sulfuric acid machine, one uranium pellet machine, and that could feed 2 of these. We just run sulfur, silica, and quickwire down here. And we're set up. That's it. Done. Well, not really done. Then we've got uranium cells. Then we need to make nuclear fuel rods. So we also need to run encased beams down here. And electromagnetic control rods. Which are made out of... Oh, fuck me. That's fine though. That's how much does it use? Okay, we've got the AI limiters and the stators. We can make them at the base. So that's like 6 parts we need to run to this thing then. Just to keep it all away from us. But the electromagnetic control rods are not themselves radioactive because there's no uranium. So I'm picturing 2 of these machines on the side. Plus that is so expandable as well because we've got so many more resources than we need. I actually need to look at a nuclear power plant. Which are huge, and I love. We don't know how much it uses is the problem. Like I need to make all of this and plug it into one just to get the numbers on how much it uses. You know. And then we can just run like the train to like here, right? There it is. Go away, you. Uranium's like here, right? I guess we need to go and see where it is and plan out a route. Oh, actually, though, that's probably a waterfall, isn't it? So that looks doable, right? Just through, up, along, and there. If we went and grabbed tracks, we go there, throw a beacon down, and then track back. You staying up for the US election results? Of course. I'm going to be streaming this, then streaming with Cav. I'm not going to get any work done today. I'm just swearing that off. So if we put the railway on 4 and then we go and grab a bunch of different steel parts. Once we're there, we can get a good idea of the way back, and then we can just start throwing down track. What don't I need? Toss away all of my extras here. I can put this down. And then, but we should take the rest of the stuff, shouldn't we? Oh no, I don't have any more space. That's more important than wood. Okay. Steel. Then we find the uranium place and start putting in the train track. I hope I'm not underproducing status or anything. Let's just take 300 of each, that's enough, innit? Train track is cheaper than you'd expect in this game. One of my 2 neighbors took their peat signs down. Aww. It breaks my heart. I wonder if we're going to need a... Oh no, we'll have the train. It's like, are we going to need to put in a hypertube? But I can just drive a train down the track if I have to. I don't think we're going to need much uranium here. We'll build like a little concrete pathway with a proper belt system. Like 2 lines, 3 high for all the materials we need to lead out to the factory. Look at that train there. The problem is this train's going to have to cross over with this one, so it's probably going to have to duck under it. That's a thought, actually. We might have to expand production. How much do these use? It's not in that, is it? It's in this. Yeah, fuel rod. So, oh, only 1.2 a minute. Oh, that's no problem. So we need like less than 3 per minute of those. How annoying that we have to belt that over then. It's irritating. Wish this belt was going in the other direction. So yeah, we're gonna have to either hop this train up and make a bridge across here from like here to here. But it looks like if we duck around, there's a way around. But it's either build up and bridge across or snake around. You could make a micro steel factory close to the nuclear plant. If you ever actually circumnavigated the map. I mean, pretty much I've been most places here, other than the areas marked in black there. So. There goes one train. So we can build like a bridge up to here. That's going to be a long bridge. Where is it? Here. It's either bridge up and down and then snake, or try and keep it high for that long. I mean, this is doable on the ground. You can get a train up here. Yeah, AOC is too young. I mean... So the way up is over there. Let's try and take a peek at that. The only problem is that the other train's sort of in our way. It'd be hard to get around it. Or we can go up and over and down around here. And up. And then it's pretty much a straight shot, isn't it? Probably going to have to put in some concrete structures for this one, which is annoying because it's time consuming. Chris Matthews, oh god. Leave it out, will ya? Then this is no problem. This is all straight. Looks like it's in the water. Which is odd. It can't be. It must be in a cave. Ah, that's going to be annoying. Shit. Well, we need to replan. It's not up here. Whoops. Stop saying jump in the sea. You jump in the sea. So how do we get into that cave? It must be quite a ways down. That was scary. Is that a way in? It's kind of hard to see. Doesn't look like there's a way through the waterfall. Cave entrance. It's gotta be here or here. Can't see shit. Well, let's explore this side. You know what? It's going to be blocked off by rocks, isn't it? Hang on, we can see in from there. We can get in here maybe and then try and find a way out. Fuck. I don't know if I can make this jump. Ugh, it's invisible. We can get a... We can probably get a train out the front of the... out the waterfall, but geez, I'd have to build such an enormous bridge. Much uranium around. It's hard to fucking see anything is the problem. Let's try walking down. Ooh, this is a ground entrance. Thank God for that. Okay, so it's here. God, I was worried I was going to have to run a train up through that tiny little gap then. Okay, so we've already got a train running down to here, so we know we can do this. We just have to belt across to our other train track, and then we bring it up and through here and to there. No problem. We can go through that same hole that we blew earlier. Shame I don't have a suit. Oh, I should remember to of course I put my goddamn chainsaw in my car, didn't I? So I can't even grab any of this mycelia now. Go away. Stop it. Just for numbers here, I need to just take a look and see. Normal. Okay, great. Let's get rid of that thing. What a horrible cave. I'm gonna have to go across some water now. Whatever, I can just dip into the water. Oh, not you. Stop it. Fuck off. So I'm just trying to get to like here, aren't I? So basically heading northeast. I just gotta throw this down. Doesn't have to be pretty. Of course, gas areas. Well, I have a gas mask now. Oh, I'm nearly out of heals. Who would be a good Bernie VP? What you don't want to do is do what Obama did. Go like Biden. You want someone young and lefty. Biden for BP. Biden's fucking terrible. Stop it! I refuse to be attacked like this. Ah, shit. Jesus Christ. Hell. I hate this area. What? God damn it! Go away! I'm not looking forward to running this ever again. I'm only going to drive a train down here. Where am I? Alright, so across and then up, right? And we're there. Oh, well. Let's just get this out of the way. Wouldn't riding this train kill you? No, you don't actually take gas damage anymore if you're in a train. Nice. So now we just need to hope we left enough space next to this track. To get this through without joining it up accidentally. How old is Sean? Unfortunately, I am also too young to be VP. And also I don't have American citizenship. And also I have a history of actively wishing for the destruction of the United States of America. It would all come up. It'd be a very hard sell. So just go run through the radiation. We'll take this train this way. Then we just need to find a good way for it to go. Around this rock. Yeah, this looks like the quickest way. Around and straight up. No, we just need to put a railway on the other end of this. And then we can power it. And then we can drive a train down it. It doesn't even have to be permanent. We can just throw a station on. It's coming up over the top here. I mean, I guess we can just top it down, right? Doesn't matter so much. No tea for Sean today. Oi! Cav, don't have the opportunity to make a cup of tea and not make a cup of tea. I mean, I prefer a coffee right now. You know, if there's multiple options. They asked in chat, but you missed it. Oh no, Kev, do a coffee. I'll give you £15. Alright, so we gotta come underneath this one, which is fine. And then around. then we're in the right area. Correct. This belt might give us some issues. But we'll figure out something to do with that. Once we've put in the factory, then we can reroute this quick wire belt, can't we? So yeah, this has to temporarily come out. What a shame, what a shame. We only got it like, we'll just cut it off to like here. I'm busy. I'll get rid of that. Then we'll strip this out. We'll also have to reroute the power poles probably. I'm going to forget to hook the quick wire up. I can already tell. Okay, so we need computers. Let's go dump all this crap in. We'll get enough to make a train station and a train. Why don't I have any beacons on that? Oh, because they're all in my hand. Yeah, of course. And a train station. We need to go and get enough fabric to make a hazmat suit if we're going to install this, and then we need tons and tons of materials to make a lot of deep storage, basically. Remember to grab the chainsaw. Whee. Don't need all this. Go away, you. Okay, great. We need overclockers on us for the uranium thing. We need to grab a bunch of computers. And then we're sorted. Whee. That factory looks impressive. Thank you very much. It's alright. I'd say I've made better, but I haven't. This is my best factory so far. I always think it'll take longer. Oh, hello there. Thank you very much. Mysterious person. For giving me a cup of coffee. I'm gonna have to PayPal them £15 now. Oh, don't you fucking start. Jesus Christ. Why do they hate me so much? where all that Patreon money's going. It's exclusively in overpriced cups of coffee. No. No! Go away! It's like they don't have a... It's just infinite aggro range and they just all have a death wish. Is this the same factory Sean's been building for 6 months? No, there was a new update recently, so I put in a new factory. Right, so I just need to put down a train station anywhere. Hook it up, no matter how ineptly. There we go. And now we've at least got transportation between the two places. Let's say we wanted to make 40 of each of these. Well, before we start messing with stuff, we should really go get some mycelia, enough to make enough fabric to make the hazmat suit, right? So that we aren't killing ourselves by doing this. No power. What are you talking about, no power? Oh, I didn't hook it up to power, apparently. I still don't know. I mean, luckily, this is expandable, this train, so if we end up needing more than one box of uranium, then we can deal with that. Hang on, I'm not getting any mycelia from these things anymore. Oh, it's probably because it can't go into my inventory. Correct. So how much do I need? I just need to make the suit. I've already got a whole bunch of stuff, filters for it. So I need 50, which means it's 1 for 1, isn't it? Mycelia to fabric. Which means just a little more. Great. And we'll just make that over here. So we know we definitely have it. Oh, we won't, but it is 1 to 1. So we need biomass. Let's do the leaves. 50. A whole bunch of crafts. Piss off. Inventory full with a bunch of crap. Blair, American politics. It's disgusting. But so important. But So disgusting. Oh yeah, it's over at the other one. Hazmat suit. Excellent. We can now survive. Get out my inventory. We could go and set up the miner and see what sort of numbers we get out of it. Although if we're going to go there, we may as well also set up the deep storage, right? That just means grabbing a whole bunch of steel beams and pipes. So I'll obviously put this train line in better so it's not just going through a bunch of sand dunes. This is just to facilitate travel between the two ends of it for now. Let's see, yeah, we've got the legs on. So the good thing about the train is you can hook the uranium out to one platform, but then your nuclear waste you can feed into the other platform and have the train take it back to the uranium cave and feed it out into storage. So you're storing all of your nuclear waste in that cave is the plan. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. That's a nice coffee. Ooh, some more salmon. Cav's getting better at making coffees. I feel so bad having Cav here because they're annoying. No, we can put our little truck in there. Now I feel bad having Cav here because I make a lot of cups of tea and coffees, but Cav doesn't drink hot drinks. Let's just find some stuff to throw away. And to a British person, putting the kettle on and not offering it to anyone else is like a sin. Okay, so I need to trash a lot of extra stuff here. I'm not gonna have nearly enough space on me. We should make a tally of how often you make your own. I make my own tea all the time. Okay, so like just getting rid of extra stuff now that we have lots of. But we need 20 more additionally. The rubber. There we go. And hopefully we have enough aluminum sheets. And then we're going to have to put in a hypertube heading over to the nuclear power station. And hook that up all nice. We only need the miners, and we have enough stuff on us to make 3 portable miners. Let's just double check that. Because that would be the worst thing in the whole world. We do. English tea is proof that God is dead. There's nothing wrong with an English breakfast tea. It's nice. No sugar, Just a little milk. I'm not a fan of green tea, really. I don't know, maybe I need to give it another try. I haven't drank it in a few years. I just remember not liking it. But my tastes have changed quite a lot. There's a lot of stuff that I can eat or drink now that I never used to like at all. Alright, let's just drive there. Oh, that's a foot. I might not have enough to set up the train station on the other side, so we might have to make multiple trips. It's not actually that far now that we've got the train, though. This very wobbly line here. Thank God we don't have to look at it much, you know. I wonder if it'll kick us out when we go through the pool. Well, that ain't good. The railway wasn't hooked up. Good job we rode it to find that out, wasn't it? There we go. Oh, I didn't pick up any fucking iodine filters. Hopefully I can craft one or two. Well, we can hopefully set storage up somewhere nearby. Nearly there now. Wow, this is an exceedingly gassy area. Still not a gigantic fan of this bit where it goes underwater very briefly. Pick the leaves coming through your train tracks. Well, I'm just getting it set up. Once it's all set up, then we can go back and tidy it up, you know. So we just have to come up with a good place to put the train station. So we have this now, but we don't have any filters for it. So we'll see if we can craft some. We can put that in our hands, get an extra space free. I made a whole bunch. Yeah, we can. Thank God for that. Let's just make like 10 of them into iodine filters for now. So we can put the train station over here at the entrance. Can we though? Is there enough space? I don't know. What would be best? I guess there's more space over on this side, isn't there? So this should be it, really. Yeah, okay. Let's just deal with this first. Uh-oh. I don't have any more Heelys. I think good, I need to pick something to eat. Some more over there. Very good. Let's try and get some of this stuff out of our inventory. Now, the problem with this is we're going to have to make a box and then put some stuff into so that we can craft 3 miners. And then we can put down a miner Mark III. Should be facing that way. Very good. Now we need to put the overclockers in it. Hope we don't get bothered by any more cat spiders. Okay, so 600 a minute. Wonderful. And now we need storage. To put them in higher. Just need like 1 row of these so it's all equal. To keep an eye on my radiation level there, but we haven't even used one filter yet, so we're probably alright. So this is all because you can't get rid of nuclear waste, and it gives off radiation like this, and if you have a lot of it in one area, it maxes out the rad levels, basically. So that's where we'll feed in. So this should just give us like dozens of hours of not worrying about this. go. So now we can put another row on top of that. So it'll go in there all the way along and then up. Crap, one of these ones. God damn, they hit so hard. Where did it go? It's around there. Shit. Well, we'll worry about that when it comes to it. Uh-oh. Just need to get this, so I'll stop worrying about it, don't I? It's dead. I wonder if we've got enough. It looks like we've got enough space to put another one in on top as well, doesn't it? I'm just gonna make sure that that all works. All those screws should end up in this box. Unless I've messed up. They stopped in this one. So I must have missed one round. Oh, I got attacked by the spider when I was putting them in, didn't I? Well, it's a good job I checked. Okay, 600 a minute once it's powered. I think we're good to put a third layer on. May as well. Won't have to worry about this for an exceptionally long time then. Ow. Should they be offset like that? Yeah, right. I think so. Depends which end you feed them up first, right? Well, we'll find out. If our screws are in the end one, then we'll have done it right. Kev, that's a very creepy thing to say. Alright, where's our screws? What have I done wrong? So they did move. They must be in the last one. It doesn't make any sense for them to be anywhere else. Well, we've got a mystery on our hands, folks. The case of the missing screws. Sounds like you really screwed up. I did. Oh yeah, I did screw up. This should be on the other end, right? There we go. So they're coming up into here, but now they need to feed out of here. Shit. Shit. Yeah, these aren't meant to be offset. I knew something was up there. Oh, I'm a fool, I'm a fool. Let me change the other side. This is going to give us so long. Like, this will be hundreds of hours worth of storage, I think. Well done with all of the puns in the chat. You're all great. About me losing my screws. Climb up to the top. Each large container is 80 hours of one plant. I'm planning to have at least 4 on. So each one of these is going to be 20 hours. There we go. Is there nothing you can do to get rid of the nuclear waste? This. Basically. So yeah, a few hundred hours. Before we have to come back and put another one of these in, at least. So we should really put in like a big foundation. This stuff doesn't have to stay here. We just need to get down the train station. Shit, but now we don't have enough concrete to make the train station. We only put this in as a guideline to make all the legs be the same length. Need signs so you can stick up the "This is not a place of honor." Yeah, I like those things. They're super cool. Alright. Train station time. As far forward as we can go. We only need the track to be on here. The rest of it will just spawn legs around it. So then we have... we can't afford because we don't have the concrete. And we're not going to have the concrete. Is the problem. We are not going to have it. That's a shame. Well, we'll have to go and come back. A couple more stacks of concrete. Ah, lovely. We're nearly there though. Look at that, doesn't that look good? So the plan is, head back, pick up some concrete. We can power that like this. Then we just have one feeding in, one feeding out, and another locomotive on the other end. So we're going to need 2 train stations, another freight car, and that's it, right? Well, as long as we grab one more heavy modular frame, we'll be laughing. Just need to thread the train through the cave. There we go. Someone did a sign that's that text in the live, laugh, love style. It's amazing. Yeah, I think I saw that. Please don't kick me out. Oh, fuck. So we can't actually ride this train the whole way. Please stop going. It's just how long it takes to stop. Or you could fix the track. Yeah, maybe we'll throw another concrete pillar underneath the middle of it. So it would be good to be able to actually ride this train. Luckily it doesn't save your last input on the train, so it wouldn't just ride all the way to the end. So there's a lot of, like... With the first train track you put down between 2 places, it's always ugly. And there's always a lot of inefficiency because you're not exactly sure where you're going. So it's very winding, it doesn't take the most direct route. We don't need those extra free storage containers, do we? We also don't need an extra one of those. Great. And then we need a hypertube over to this bit once we start actually putting the factory in.
Can you blow the train's horn again unless it's inconvenient when this goes through?
Thank you very much. Me. I will blow the train's horn again when we're riding it back to the uranium station. No slowdown at all, just immediately stopped. Yeah, it can't do that when it's automated, sadly. Whee. There's no collision or them going off the tracks or anything at the moment, so you can just ride them to the end and slam them into the end of it and it's fine. I hope they add Factory OS collision and signaling. I think they are going to. I remember hearing. Concrete. This one. And now we need to go to get heavy modular frames, which are just above us, aren't they? They're up top. Yes. And that's all we need. The factory is going to be struggling a bit since I cut off half of its quick wire and haven't patched it back through yet. What are you doing out here in the desert? And then we don't actually have to build this other end of the track. We just have to make sure up there is set well, like set up correctly. And then we're done. We can just focus on building this end. None of your business. Oh damn, I didn't actually... It's okay, as long as the station's set up, we can, even if I don't have enough for the freight cars, we can set up the freight cars here and just send them there automatically. And just trust it's working. There you go. Can trains derail? They cannot. There's no collision yet, as you can see by me just slamming through everything. And they can run through other trains as well. So if you're a maniac who doesn't mind this stuff, you can just run all your trains down the same track. But that is madness. Why does the water... It sort of... It doesn't recognize that... it just puts you into swim mode if you go in water, but doesn't account for the fact that you're in a vehicle. basically. Now we'll have to get rid of this next one as well, because this has to go on exactly straight like that. Connected. Awesome. They should stealth update collisions. That would be funny. Just people who are running down like a bunch of trains down the same track, they'll just start slamming into each other. Right. So, train station number 1. Train station number 2. Empty platform. Oh, you can't actually put more of these in. So if we wanted, we should just put in a line of this just so that the track is supported at least. Ugh, I hate the lack of momentum you have when you don't have the blade runners. So we need 1, 2. And 3. And then 4. 2 sharp turn. Okay, 4. Got it. Hooked up. Which means this should now come on. Ah, shit, I put the... I made a bunch of train stations instead of platforms. Well, I'm a fool. Right, platform. Oh shit. I accounted for the wrong thing, but we luckily, very luckily, have the right stuff. Jesus. Oh, what a nightmare. Empty platform. And then we hook this up to that. Wonderful. Rescued. No problem. So then this one is an unloading platform and this one is a loading platform. The uranium is mine. And there it goes there, wonderful. And then the nuclear waste. Goes down there like that, from this one. Very good, this works. And we know the whole track's hooked up correctly because electricity is coming through it. Good lord. How do I get up there? Do a jump like that. Hey, hang on, wait. I forgot to delete the end train station. Oh well. God damn. There's still two. Well, there were still 2 stations. I'm a fool. Well, whatever. it fits. It still fits. So we're going to be draining our thing much faster now. Many, many spicy rocks. Okay, so we go 1, then freight cars, 2, 3, and we don't have enough motors to put another one on. Well, that's okay. We don't need to build at this end. So okay, this is all set up correctly, isn't it? Yes. Okay, great. So, if everything goes to plan, we never have to look at that ever again. Oh, this awful train track. We will look at it again on Friday. No, we won't. Definitely not. Ah, the other train's beating us. So, some motors to put another locomotive on the back of this train. And that's the uranium train sorted. On one end, anyway. Stop. Right. Okay, great. That's the uranium part finished. What are we going to need now? A lot of concrete. Look, D4 just respawning already. Yeah, a whole bunch of concrete, and we'll go and throw down some platforms and start making the actual uranium processing itself. And once we've got the floor down, we'll put in a hypertube so we don't have to do this run every time across half the desert. Whee. We don't need that, right? When they add loops and corkscrews to the train tracks, oh god. Right, we're gonna need a lot of this. Should we add in all the stuff that, like, if we're gonna put this all down? Which is probably not a good idea. What's the stuff we're gonna need here? It's mainly cable and motors, right? And other than that, we can put everything down. Great. And way more concrete. You can do corkscrews. Really? In a mod? That's... There's a mod. Are there mods for this game? I didn't even know. Is there something about the gameplay to recommend it over Factorio? It's it's a different experience. It scratches the same factory building itch. So in a lot of senses, it's very similar. I'd say the big negative against this game is that it's difficult to run. Like, I have a very good computer to be able to run and stream this, and I've tried to play it on a worse computer, and it was not very good. But it is still in development, and they are still optimizing things, so it will get better in that regard. Righty-ho. If the trains are like the other vehicles in this game, when they get far enough away from you, they sort of unload as physical objects with, physics that are applied to them, and they just follow the track. Trains do that like all the time. But if they put in collision, I imagine it would only matter when it was close to you, and then it was far away. I'll keep an eye on this game. This is more like chill and explory. Like, there's not pressure. Like, I could sit in that factory all day and not get attacked by anything. So it's not like you've got the pollution or anything else, like, forcing you to defend yourself or expand. And I like that aspect of Factorio. Really, neither game is finished, though, is it? So it's... There we go, that's the train. What are we doing here, then? Just want to put this down. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. We'll make a 10 by 10 to start, because I like 10 by 10s. And we just need to work out exactly what sequence of things we need. We could start at the 4 nuclear power plants and work backwards. Could even just put in 2 and overclock them, couldn't we? But what's the downside to overclocking a nuclear power plant? Now, one big problem is, will 4 of these fit on a 10 by 10? over the side there. It'll go for its fuel faster. Yeah, I guess so. We could just make this bigger, like a bigger platform. But it's pretty tight, isn't it? I don't know if it increases fuel usage and power linearly. Can't even say it. I'm not in the way, stop lying to me. So we can put them down like this. Which is pretty neat, isn't it? Oh. Problem for a future day. First things first. Is there closer sulfur to our node over there? Okay. Tell you what I want to do. This. We're going to have to do a lot of splitting in the factory. And also like go up over this hill, I guess. Oh, hang on, I've got something to help with this. And it's double ramps. Ugh. Work, you piece of crap. There we go. Lovely. It seems that overclocking power doesn't change efficiency. Well, that's... I mean, we could put in 4 and then, you know, overclock them if we have to. This is going to be what brings over all of the materials we need, like this. need to go grab some more plates. We're going to need way more concrete. And we're also going to have to work out exactly what needs to go over there. So I know encased beams, sulfur, a whole bunch of other crap. Thank you very much, Harvard Connor, for subbing with Twitch Prime. That's awesome. God, we've probably got so many new emotes. I just need to slam in some temp emotes. Righty-ho. I'm feeling good about this. I think, well, I'll try and work it out once I'm there. Quick wire as well. It seems a shame to belt this Caterium. I wonder if we could do on the spot quick wire production and just run the rest of it through with a splitter, right? Someone's behind you. I hear them. Well, that's creepy. Don't actually need these four in now. Well, we're not using railways, are we? And is this going to be enough for... I don't know, like I say. Remains to be seen. Well, that's going to be wrong, isn't it? I only want to get a little bit of this in just so I know what I'm doing. There we go. So the pellets are the first thing, aren't they? That's what happens to the raw uranium. Yeah, so we need sulfur and we need water, and then we need that and that. So, and we're just going to have two of these, aren't we? I'm going to leave a space of 3. And then we'll do a 10 by 5 for this. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We don't even need this big of a space, but I think it's better to leave ourselves space to expand in future if we need to. Awesome. So then next to this would be the train station, wouldn't it? Which we can leave a space of just one between because we're not going to have to expand that platform. And then we do another 3 by 5, right? And then that's the whole production in, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Although we might be blocking a limestone node here. Oh well, if we need it we can move around a bit. I need way more concrete. But now we know where the factory floor is going to be. Fucking hell, this is a big build, isn't it? Oh, hang on, we've got something else now. Something special. They put in hypertube wall hole. Look at that. You can feed them now. They can go through the thing. So we need to put this in, but the supports cost concrete, so it'd be easier if we just like took that down for now and then just put this line in right here, right? Well, we're out of pipes. Oh, I'm gonna cry. Such an enormous build. I hate it. Concrete and pipes. You can just get sucked up by a hole in the wall now. I know, I'm so annoyed they put them in after I'd already put in a whole bunch of these, because now I'll have to reroute them all into wall holes. And we'll need... Okay, so we'll need more copper sheets too. It'll be good once that's in though, because then we're sorted, aren't we? I need to put one in. Like, that one had to get deleted because of all of this stuff. So I don't have an easy way to get to pipes. And copper sheets, which are here. And we've got concrete. But we need more.
Hello there.
Yay.
Thank you very much, Riley or something, for subscribing for 6 months and saying yay. Yay indeed. Is that going to be enough concrete? Well, it'll be easier to get here now, won't it? Yay. Good lord. So we go support, then entrance, and we hook the entrance up to power. I'm going to have to upgrade all of these power poles because they're running out. There we go. Then let's just work on getting the hypertube in right now. There we go. We'll get decapitated. Can't have that, can we? Hehehe. I'm a genius. Right. I'm probably going to have to dip underneath these two. You can angle yourself like that, which is fun. Nice. Be easier to come from this way. Wonderful. One more problem sorted. We don't have enough belts. But we've got tons of sheets, so we'll be fine. I wonder if you can attach entrances to the walls. You can indeed. Alright, this can just be a temp power line to get things set up. Why aren't all your Neum tubes pointing straight up in the air? Because I die. Alright, so now this is how we get back quickly. Need any more of them? Oh, I do actually need more of them. Why did I trash those? We're going to sell water now, aren't we? Well, what a pain. This one. We need to grab more belts. And I do need more concrete. Just trying to keep my inventory clear. That'll do. Got a lot of belts to put in. Okay. So we need to send sulfur control rods when we've made them. Encased beams, that's 3. Quick wire, that's 4. I'm sure we need to send something else as well. Silica, that's at least 5 things, so that's going to need to be 3 higher, isn't it? Do we even want to go to that end? We do, yes. Yeah. put in the rest of the concrete floor. It's a bit overwhelming to try and think about all at once, so I'm just going to do it one thing at a time. I'm gonna have to cut this wire. Alright. Train station then. Then we need 2 freight platforms. A black platform. And then we need to get rid of this train. And God knows what else. Let's ramp down. To the ground. We'll do the middle 3. Ooh, look at that, they just about don't actually match up. Oh well, what are you gonna do? We want to have it stop and start to turn a little bit before the ground so that it still actually can. Too sharp a turn, you liar. Fine. Let's just have it turn off like that. Too sharp a turn? You're a piece of shit liar, game. How dare you? Well, I don't care. There we go. It's me giving up. We'll put in a pretty train line at some point. I know, Treebot. It will be fixed. I'll put in a nice bridge for that one and everything. It'll be so beautiful. This is just temporary. Look, I said I'd do that with the other one, and now look how nice that looks. I did it, right? Everyone leave me alone. It will be done. I'm purely interested in getting set up today. And just making sure that this thing works. Right, so this will be the uranium drop. Right. Go. So it's powered. Now this is a bit of a... Okay. So back at the other one, it's got... Closer to the end is where the uranium comes in. So closer to the end here should be where the uranium comes out, and this one should be where that goes in. So this isn't going to be good. It's going to be like right in the way. This will work though. It doesn't turn around though, does it? No. Hang on, so that one will be... That'll be the waste. So that'll be loading and unloading. Yes, I think that works. Okay, great. So waste will be made up here. So what needs to happen on this platform? Are you taking the piss? How dare you? Back here, you. Ugh. Right. So this is going to be waste in. Yeah. Go one back from that. Oh, let's not think about that now. We don't have to think about the waste. All we know is this is going to be uranium out. Which is right in the middle of two, which is annoying, but whatever. We only need one. So here's where it's going to enter our factory. Excellent. Now we should run some more of this down. And then it's attaching up the sulfur at the other end and then pathing it around. It's going to be fun. And at least one of these is going to have to go the other way, right? If we're feeding that thing through the factory. All this is just to keep it far away from us. Otherwise we'll have to wear the hazmat suit like all the time. Stop a little shot. Now what needs to happen? I guess we need water pumps. A lot needs to happen. Water pumps and sulfur coming down this line, right? They're the next things that needs to happen. Let's go and get sulfur hooked up to this. That can be the next job. Little jobs. One at a time. Where would be best to put this? We could just ramp down to the floor here. Does this game teach you the mechanics? Well, you mainly learn them by yourself, I've found. Yeah, we'll just ramp down to the floor. And then we'll belt stuff across the ground to here. Just gonna be a hell of a mess coming in. See, this is why I want one of them to go the other way, because then we can run this belt through the factory and clean things up a bit, right? We can also run power down that bridge and get rid of this power pole setup. Yeah, so we'll run the Caterium into one end of this and out the other side. Bugger off you. There we go. This is gonna take forever. Someone help me, my 50 pounds dog insists on being lapped. I love big dogs that think they're tiny dogs. They're the best types of dog. Concrete. We're out of it. Good lord. What a ridiculous build. We get more concrete. And then it's time for the sulfur to go in. I want to start actually producing something before we end today. Haven't actually made anything, have we, apart from more silica. Alright. Concrete. And then that's it, just a sulfur line then. That can be thing number one. And then we only need two, like, refineries. I think I worked out. It's because I'm insisting on doing the more complicated method of it, which is so pointless. Just completely pointless. Alright then, where's this sulfur? Because we mix, like, we just filled up a box with powder, but how often do we use powder? Hardly ever. Oh, look at our Caterium production after we've cut off one of the lines. It's just sad, isn't it? Right, sulfur. Now it all goes this way. Let's jump that one. I think I've just switched off a substantial amount of the factory, but I'm going to run power down this as well. Jesus. I didn't realize how complicated this was going to be to set up. I guess if you do it properly, you get like infinite power, basically. There we go. But now the tube's cut off. Unlimited power. Ah, I love Palpatine. Get back by doing that now as well. The real one or the clone? Why would you clone yourself to look like a piece of shit? That doesn't make any sense. Why is he all injured if he's a clone? If they cloned him, he should be fine, shouldn't he? Okay, so that's cleaned the desert up a little. Just concentrating all the mess in this one platform over here. Which unfortunately, we can route these lines through the walls as they come up. For now, though. this should be back on. That mine over there should be on. Clones are imperfect. The cloning thing's just bullshit. God damn, that movie was bad. What a load of shite it was. Alright, sulfur. It'd be quicker to go through the tube or run it. I only have to go like halfway back. I'm still angry about how bad it was. I'm not angry is the thing. It was so rubbish that I'm sort of just, well, alright. Fine. I'm okay with it now. I've given up on caring about it. I no longer care about Star Wars. Right, so we gotta put one like midway. Then I think this is all of these in. One midway up, eh? Fine. We can do that. I'll play your game. There we go. Now then, walls. I will need one there, and there, and there. And you can come in here, actually. I'm gonna have to do a bunch of splitting off. And then attaching these things to walls, so... I found that this was easier to place. Let's see, so we want to go... Let's just have it just touching the ground, hey? In the center of them. I don't know if they'll be able to make it round there like that. They will. Don't listen to me. So we can run things around the walls like this. I have no idea how much sulfur's coming in, but it's going to be enough for one machine, right? Oh shit. Hate when you find out you're not wearing your jetpack when you're already in the air. Oh god, I put this pretty high, didn't I? Nice. Alright. So what we need on here is just two things. Two refineries. sulfuric acid. So 50 water, so that's 1 pump. 50 sulfur a minute, that's no problem. Let's go get the pump. And then we'll need to like belt it up and in. Shouldn't be a problem. Well, that's wrong, isn't it? If it's vertical, that's the problem. So we face it this way and then we walk it back until it changes direction. Or goes red. Well, that's not good. That's not good at all. We just want it to go straight down. Jesus. I think if we run it from here to there, but vertical, it'll do what we want. Yeah. That's what we want it to do. Pipes to get this to the water, am I? Oh, so cruel. It's going to be so close. Speaking of straight down, looks like the market's heading that way. Thank you very much, Jim13, for the bits. And the good news. Yeah, so a bunch more copper sheets. Nice. No uptime thing. Rude. Cav, that was your job, remember? Your job was to do my job, because I keep forgetting it. Look at that. Wonderful. Great. So we tell this to make sulfuric acid. Gonna have to cut this off again. I'm like determined to route power well, even though I have no idea what this place is gonna look like. There we go. So, copper sheets. You did ask them to remind you to do it. Yeah, but Cav forgot. Well, that was anticlimactic, wasn't it? Nice. The market. Worries about what the market is doing, like it's some sort of mythical beast that we all live at the whims of instead of something entirely directed by people, is really bizarre. I'm not your secretary, Sean, temporary or nay. I'm just asking you to remind me. I'm saying you have to do it for me. Yeah, do it as a friend. Remind me as a friend. Probably good for tubes now. Think of all the times I remind you of stuff you forget during Subnautica. Oh shit, I didn't check to make sure I actually have enough stuff to make the pump. But we're already in the tube now, so we're committed to it. Please have enough to make a pump. I do. And then multiple other types of pump in order to get this water up that massive hill.
Hello there.
Thank you very much, fatboy_P, for subbing with Twitch Prime. Right, you. No one's ever said the underscore before. I'm used to saying cav_P. Oh, get in. Right, so we only need 50. This is going to output 120. Way. And then I'm going to need one there. And probably 2 more, but we'll see. Eh? We'll put 1 more here. And then we'll come check on them. So if this was instead a wall with a double-sided power pole on it, got rid of that. There we go. So the water extractor is running, and we'll see if water gets down this pipe. I mean, no, because this isn't hooked up right now. The pump at the bottom. But we gotta see what the head lift is. Come on, get cracking. This pipe is crooked. Yeah, it is. So we are shoving it uphill. The flow rate should increase once this maxes out, hopefully. Yeah, look. Very good. Yeah, it's not good to celebrate that people are sick. You can... I mean, a pandemic of a more deadly thing would just completely wipe out the American healthcare system. It's the big problem. So if a less bad one brings that into focus and forces some changes, then that's a good thing. But as long as you make clear that you're excited about the fact that it could change the system to be better. Head lift is exceeding recommended level. Ugh. Alright. Let's see what happens if we throw just another pump, like, bang, like right behind it. What happens then? I need to figure out how this works. Isn't that pumped backwards, is it? No. But I think it does only pump it to the next pump is the problem. So this will just say like a little bit. So I'd have to put one like halfway up here, I think. Yeah. Those arrows are hard to read. They are indeed. Yeah, there we go. So now it's like 9, and then this one should be the rest of it. We've produced the sulfuric acid. There we go, we're on. Just keep rerouting power. Around all of this stuff. Well, look at that. Awesome. Why are you not going continually? No power. Oh, because we unpowered the machine. There we go. Wonderful. That's 100 a minute. And that should... Oh no, we'll need more water as well. When we have to cool the things down. But this works for now. So what are we making in the next one? We can always re-hook this up. You know, if it turns out we actually need more of these things. We're gonna have to start this train. Alright, so this makes uranium pellets. And it makes 50 a minute. We could just do this all, just trusting it. There we go. I'm going to run to the little boys' room. I need to stop saying that. I'll be back in a minute, folks. Entertain yourselves. I have returned. Hello. Right. Oh, look at that. It's beautiful. Look at all of our acid. Don't you just want to jump in it? Well. I don't even think we need to store these pellets. But there's no reason not to, probably. Okay, so if the uranium train was on, that'd be us sorted, right? Then... do we want to try and run it back through the factory or along the ground and then pop it up and in? Nah, we'll figure that out later. All hooked up. So 80 a minute, that produces 100 a minute. So now we've got our little things, or we're imagining that we have them because we don't actually want to deal with the fallout yet. Then we need to make encased uranium cells, except not this type. We're going to make the more complicated one. And we're going to make this back at the base and pipe it over, so that can go away. This, we just need to make these here. And it produces 17 parts a minute. So we need 2 of those on to get 2 of these on, and we'll have like enough left. We could have 3 of these on from that. But we'll figure that out once we've got the things hooked up, right? I'm going to move the hypertube over once so we can get some of this stuff through the wall. Maybe let's pop it over by 2, just so we definitely have enough space. So how this is going to look is it's going to be 2 manufacturers facing this way. Producing these infused uranium cells. I still feel like this is kind of a bad idea. Pretty much. So we got the sulfur over here. Which, what we need to do is get rid of this. And put in a splitter. We don't have any iron plates. How sad. But then, yeah, then we need to run silica and quickwire down here. Let's grab some iron plates. And then what else am I going to need? A whole bunch more conveyor belts. We're so close though. We've nearly got it set up. Well, you know, we've nearly got part of it set up. The rest of it's going to be rather complicated, unfortunately. No, not this stuff. There we are. And iron plates. If I plan one of these out in the future, it would have individual, like, you would have lines built for the transportation of items between each factory floor, and also for personal transportation. Laid out in like a grid. How many of those we got? We got 60. We'll do the splitters, then we'll hook up the 2 other things that we need to make these. We can just sort of work it all out before we even turn the train on. Worried about that. There we go. Beautiful. I think that works. Okay, so we can imagine those uranium pellets coming down here and flowing into these machines. And then we have 3 inputs over here. one of them for sulfur. And then 1, 2 for silica and quick wire. Right. What's the best way to do this? Well, this kind of works. There we go. That'll do. Righty ho. So, that is sulfur sorted. You're going to be a double-sided wall pole. You're going to go here, connect to that, and also these two machines. Okay, that's the whole network, thank God. So now this will fill up with sulfur. That's one thing gone. So now silica and quick wire. We just need to build the rest of these belts and then belt them over. And we want it to be these two, because they're already hooked up and everything. Ah, good lord. I'm going to stop soon, because I'm getting rather hungry. We'll have to do the rest of the nuclear tomorrow. Make a little road for the factory car next to the conveyor belt. Oh yeah, that would be another way to do this, wouldn't it? Just leave a car at each end. That's the quick wire once it comes off. We might not have enough quick wire right now because we've disabled so much of it. Could we just belt off that bit? I mean, probably, right? Because that's only sending less than 450, so, you know, if we were to, for instance, double this belt up to a
Hello
Mark
there.
5. Thank you very much, Contrabanum, for subbing. That's very kind. Thank you very much. Then there we go. That's that done. Not feeling as confident about this one. just an utter mess. But let's just get some over there. It'll be fine once we route that stuff back through. Okay, so we're only heading over there. So where's the best way to go? Down and under and around those poles, right? Yes. I want to snake this one over. Like that. I'm out of iron rods. Curses! It took me a while to realise the hello there clip is from Star Wars and not H-Bomb. I'm sure H-Bomb would be very flattered to hear himself compared to Ewan McGregor. I don't know. In one sense, I like the mess. You know, I like that underneath the factory is just a mess of transportation tubes and belts, and it's all ridiculous. It's like up top, nice and clean. Down here, absolute mess. I didn't fucking pick up the right thing. Oh, I'm gonna cry. There we go. Whoops. Whoa. Lag. Help. Very good. Gonna be able to get this car out of anywhere now. So boxed ourselves in. Please tell me we're not encroaching that clearance there. Nice. Yeah, no, though. Obviously not that game. Hooked up. Nice. Okay. Now we'll see if this... But if we see if this bit works, we'd sort of be committing to building the rest of it in the suit, wouldn't we? I guess if this works, we can disable this bridge. Actually, let's just do that. We'll keep it over here. Train station timetable, locomotive, plus uranium mine, autopilot on. This is where we find out if I program this correctly on the other end. So what should happen now is that brings back uranium, drops it off there, goes in here, gets made into pellets with the acid, and should back up there. Then we hook it up to this, which will make infused uranium cells. Which I can't afford to store right now. At a rate of 17.5 per minute. Okay, it's in the waterfall cave now. Then that's this sorted. Right. I think I know what I'm doing. Why are you... Oh, fuck, I put this belt in backwards. Wow, I wish there was an easy way to... There we go. That's what I wanted to do. I wish there was an easy way to reverse a belt by looking at it. Is it even capitalism? I guess you could make an argument for the constantly increasing ticket prices. Okay, so the train has just pulled into the station. It looks as though something is being unloaded. You're sending supplies back to a company for profit. Are we though? Is that ever made explicit? It's nowhere implied that we're paid. I don't think. Oh yeah, it says... Okay, that looks like it's on. The uranium pellets are probably also radioactive, aren't they? There we go, look, we did it. Great, so we'll leave that there for now. Something I do want to do though. So we're getting a little irradiated here. Let's pop the suit on. Probably not going to have enough to hook this up, are we? Yeah, because I deleted it all the way over to there. Well, that's a problem for next time. We need to hook that up and then put in the rest of... put in the rest of the thing. Well, and also pick up some more iodine filters. And the base, like the support legs. Okay, so coming back for next time, here's the plan. We hook that up, we start producing these. I hope we'll have more than enough, I think. It's like sulfuric acid is easy to increase production of, and so are uranium pellets if we have to, so I'm not worried about that. We could easily double up both of those machines. And then, you know, double up these. We can even just put another one of these in flat, just using these. Possibly. I don't know. Then we need to be producing the control rods over at the factory and send them down one of these lines. That one right there. Get that into the factory. And start making these. Where are they even made? They're made in these, are they? Yeah. So we'll make some of those, enough to run for nuclear power plants. Then unfortunately, I feel like we need even more manufacturers over here. Yeah. Combining all of those things together, along with encased beams, which also need to be piped down here. So that will actually be all 6 of these in use, won't it? Wow. We can maybe put some like funky siding on here though. What if we put in like, You know, windows that look like this. You know, like all the way down. Wouldn't that be cool? Can we actually drive the factory cart down the middle there as well? Can you fit the factory cart underneath? Oh, that would be so cool. I can't tell if these are forwards or backwards. Because we could make a completely encased little tunnel, couldn't we? Let's take a look, because that would be super cute. We could even just connect this up, but you know, we'd have to do some belt rerouting, and I hate doing that. It might struggle on the hills a bit. Ugh. It's probably still a few hours of work before we get those nuclear reactors on, unfortunately. Oh, wow. Yeah, look, the ramps don't quite hook up properly. Pretty cool, though, eh? I love it. Just, wow, that took off half my health just kicking the car over. It's Tony Hawk now. Pretty sure this is the actual end game. You could just make a little skate park. Completely. Skate 4. Well, the problem is that we're gonna need another floor. Well, I don't even know if we will. It really depends. Like, we might be able to do it all on this floor. Just to manufacture here. It depends how much power these things suck. And this is all going to be off limits in here, obviously, because it'll be so irradiated. We need to put a floor high enough that and then the things go up here. And then we need nuclear waste in and out. Well, nuclear waste out for all four. Water in for all four. That's good, right? These things poke up in, but I don't mind about that. That's cool. I think this is just going to be enough. Unfortunately, I can't tell really until I see how much one particular power plant eats. So we'll find that out next time. Right. That's me then. Oh, thanks a lot for tuning in, folks. I will be live again later on Cav's channel at Cav's regular time. Cav_P. If you want to see us play some Subnautica. Excellent. What is that infernal noise in the background? Oh, I think someone decided to get a shower even though someone else reminded them, whoever it is, that the shower can be heard by the microphone. What's Cav's time? That's in like, oh shit, like 2 hours. Oh Jesus Christ, I need to go get something to eat. Alright. Is there anyone to raid? I'm not sure. Let me have a look. There isn't, but wasn't someone doing a charity stream? Who was doing a charity stream? Did I remember it right? Okay, non-compete. Okay, sure. Excellent. Okay, I will see you all tomorrow at my regular stream time or later over on Cav's channel. Alright, thanks a lot, folks. I'll see you then. Bye.